Court is in session and calls number 325-288, case of style of state of Texas versus James Landon Vance. We have Mr. Vance appearing via telephone with his attorney. Mr. Vance, this is Judge Holmes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. How you doing? Mr. Vance. Oh, I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Vance, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, how are you doing?
Doing great, Your Honor.
Mr. Hall, what is your announcement in Mr. Vance's case? You'd like to keep this on the trial docket?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give us a reset date.
Okay, June 20th.
Okay, this case is going to be reset to June 20th. Mr. Vance, your attorney will be given a copy of your reset. You'll stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. You do the same.
Okay,
Thank you, James.
you need Mr. Hall to sign right now?
Hey, I'm about to put you on the phone, Dennis, with Judge Holmes, okay?
Court is in session and calls number 328-190. Case of style of state of Texas versus Dennis Deshawn Carey. We have Mr. Carey, Mr. Carey appearing via Zoom. Mr. Carey, how are you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself, sir?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Carey, you're represented here by attorney Willard Hall. Attorney Hall, you'd like to keep this case on the trial docket?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, give us a trial date.
You want to keep it on the same date, June 20th or the
That'd
following?
be fine.
Okay, June 20th.
Okay, this case is set for June 20th. Mr. Carey, stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. They will be given notice of the reset date. You're free to go. And you have a blessed day. Again, that date is June 20th, 2022 for trial.
All right. Thank you. You too, sir.
All right, you're welcome.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Hall, this is, I think your only two cases.
Yes, sir.
You're free to go. You have a blessed day.
Thank you. know what?
Okay, I have to redo them. No, I just have to redo them. You want to put Carrie on another? The week Vance on the 20th? Okay. What about
He's doing
the
Plea
27th?
block. I'm doing the Valentine.
Okay.
And Mr. LeBlanc, thought I saw him earlier.
1 second.
It's not here
He
either.
wants to put it on a different.
Okay, just reset it. Mr. Bailiff, would you please get Mark Pearson?
What about July the 11th?
Just get his attention. Which one is being reset to July 11th? Carrie? Just.
Is July the 11th okay? Okay, hold on, I haven't did it yet. Give me 1 second.
Oh. Court is now in session and calls number 327-254, case of style state of Texas versus Mark Anthony Pearson or Mark Anthony Pearson Senior. Mr. Pearson, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Pearson? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Pearson, you're here represented by your attorney, Antoine Freeman. Attorney Freeman, how you doing? Mr. Freeman, what is your announcement?
Your Honor, we're ready.
Okay, so you like to, we not having any trials this week. You like to keep this on the trial?
Well, if we can, get a bench trial, we don't have a court.
Your Honor, the state would waive its right to a jury trial and also elect a bench trial as well.
Okay, you're gonna be waiving your right to a record as well?
Your Honor, I would prefer under the circumstances for us to have a record.
Okay, so we won't be able to do that today. Okay. Okay, so we can wait around to see if we can get 1. Y'all got some time?
I don't, I mean, I can be back. but
Oh.
I don't.
Okay. Well, Trina, hold on a
I
minute.
can be back.
Case is gonna get reset. You can get your reset from your, from our court coordinator.
It's June 20th. Okay, Mr. Attorney. Okay, you got the court.
This is cause number 328-086, cause number 329-266. Oops. Yeah, both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Cashmere Annette Morgan. Ms. Morgan, is that your full name? Okay. Ms. Morgan, how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Morgan, you represented here by your attorney, Mr. Nathan Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Judge.
That's good. Now, Mr. Reynolds, you'd like to keep these cases on the trial docket?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Give us a date.
June 20th.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds. These cases will be reset to June 20th, 2022. Ms. Cashmere, you can get your reset from your attorney. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you as well.
Mr. Bailiff, would you please get Johnny Sawyer? Good morning. Court is in session at cause number 328-506. Case is style of state of Texas versus Johnny Bryant Sawyer. We have Mr. Sawyer present in court. Mr. Sawyer, is that your full name?
Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Sawyer? That's good. Mr. Sawyer, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Bruce Gregory. Mr. Gregory, how you doing?
Fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Gregory, would you like to keep this case on the court's trial docket?
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
Okay, give us a date.
June 20th.
Okay, this case is gonna be reset June 20th. Mr. Sawyer, stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. They'll be giving copies of your reset date. Your reset date is June 20th of 2022.
June 20th?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Gregory, you get your reset. I think this is on the case. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day, and you'll be free to go as well and you have a blessed day.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you can stand over there by your attorney.
I'm ready.
Oh, we got a plea ready. Next case is cause number 328448. Case is style of the state of Texas versus Sasha Chanel Block. Ms. Block, is your full name Sasha Chanel Block?
Yes.
Ms. Block, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Block, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ms. Block, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Ms. Block?
Well, yourself.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Block, you're here represented by your attorney, Attorney Alan Parker. Attorney Parker, how are you doing?
Good, Judge.
That's good. Mr. Parker, do you waive a record in Ms. Block's case?
Good, Judge.
Ms. Block, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information alleges that on or about October 19 of 2020, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. Ms. Block, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Ms. Block, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
Now, are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Yes.
Ms. Block, I have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Ms. Block, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
On page 2 of the same document, Ms. Block, there are a set of initials, SB, on a line next to a box that's checked no contingent, which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
On the next document, well, excuse me, on the next page of the same document, Ms. Block, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes.
And on the next document that I have, this document is titled Trial Court's Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Ms. Block, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On the bottom of this document, above the line that's titled Defendant, is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes that are checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The second box states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Block, I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Block, is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
Ms. Block, prior to signing and initialing these documents that I've just went over with you, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Block, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, you also like to offer State's Exhibit number 2, the probable cause affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor. State offers both states 1 and 2.
Any objections? No objections. State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. Parker, you advised and counseled Ms. Block. Is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Judge.
Ms. Block, your attorney, Mr. Parker, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Ms. Block, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
In exchange for the defendant's plea of no contest in this case, the state's recommending confinement in the Jefferson County Jail for a period of 180 days. However, we're asking that the court suspend the imposition of that sentence, place the defendant on community supervision for a period of 12 months, or that she pay a $750 fine, perform 80 hours of community service, and comply with all the standard conditions of probation to include having an initial interlock and a DWI education course. Law assessment, following any and all recommendations that come from that assessment.
Ms. Block. Okay, Ms. Block. The state is offering that you serve 180 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail in this case because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year, which is 12 months. You will also be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs. The fine and court costs comes to a total of $1,172. You also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. You'll be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education class an initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $185 a month. Will you be able to pay the $185 each month?
Yes, sir.
You will also be required to perform 80 hours of community service, attend and complete a DWI education class, and have a drug and alcohol assessment. You will be required to install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, and you'll be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Ms. Block, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Block, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Ms. Block, you're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney, follow the directions of our clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Given deferred adjudication or regular probation for felony or misdemeanor in this or any other state. You further swear nothing else is pending. So.
Valentin Rojas.
Mr. Rojas is not speaking English, Judge, I'll be translated.
Is he a U.S. citizen?
He's not, we signed the paper.
Y'all signed the paperwork? Okay.
Not the one you're talking about.
Oh. Okay, let me, oh, what country is he from? Yeah,
Mexico.
okay. So it's not mandatory. Court is in session and calls number 325-578. The case is style of State of Texas versus Valentin Rojas. We have Mr. Rojas who appearing in open court. Mr. Charles Rojas, Mr. Valentin's Rojas attorney, has informed the court that Mr. Valentin Rojas speaks Spanish. And so Mr. Charles Rojas is fluent in English and Spanish. And so we're going to allow Mr. Charles Rojas to interpret. Mr. Rojas, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Rojas, do you swear to interpret Spanish to English and English to Spanish, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Now, ask Mr. Rojas, is his full name Valentin Rojas?
Valentin Rojas Torres, yes.
Yes. Now, Mr. Rojas, Mr. Valentin Rojas, how are you doing?
Good.
Good, okay. Mr. Valentin Rojas, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Valentin Rojas, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you may put your hand down. Now, Mr. Valentin Rojas, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information has been filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. This information alleges that on or about December 27th of 2019, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. Mr. Valentin Rojas, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes.
And to this charge, Mr. Valentin Rojas, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Valentin Rojas, I have another document before me. This document is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
On page 2 of this document, there's a set of initials, VRT. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes.
And on the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes.
And on the next page, well, the next document, this document is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And or is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
There are 2 boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I also have a document before me that's titled Discovery Certification. Mr. Valentin Rojas, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
Mr. Valentin Rojas, are you a U.S. citizen?
No.
Mr. Rojas, on page 1 of the misdemeanor plea admonishments, there are a set of initials below the paragraph that's titled citizenship. Did you place your initials here?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Valentin Rojas, this paragraph reads, if you are not a U.S. citizen, a plea of guilty or nolo contendere may result in your deportation, exclusion from admission to the country, or denial of naturalization under federal law. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you still want to go forward with your plea?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Rojas, pursuant to the requirements in Padilla versus Kentucky, did you advise your client to the consequences of pleading guilty or no contest by him not being a citizen?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Valentin Rojas, I also have before me a document that is titled "For all foreign nationals except those from mandatory notification countries." Mr. Rojas, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And Mr. Valentin Rojas, is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Valentin Rojas, prior to signing and initialing all of these documents that I just mentioned to you, did your attorney go over these documents with you in Spanish?
Yes.
And did you understand everything that he went over?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
State. I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Charles Rojas, you have advised and counseled Mr. Valentin Rojas. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Valentin Rojas, your attorney, Mr. Charles Rojas, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Valentin Rojas, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
Your Honor, the agreement is for 90 days in jail, probated over a term of 1 year. A $750 fine, 50 hours of community service, attendance and completion of required DWI classes, drug and alcohol assessments, and interlock device.
Mr. Valentin Rojas, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail, but you will not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for a period of 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750. And you'll also be required to pay a total of fine and court costs. You'll be required to pay court costs, which comes to a total of fine and court costs of $1,200. Let me repeat that. You'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs, and the total fine and court costs is $1,202. You will also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. You'll be required to pay the Jefferson County DWI education class an initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $185. Mr. Valentin Rojas, will you be able to pay the $185 each month?
Yes.
You'll also be required to perform 50 hours of community service.
That's every month?
What are you saying?
It's in total. He's asking if it was 85 or 50 hours a month, but it's.
No, oh. You'll also be required to pay you'll be required to perform a total of 50 hours of community service. You'll also be required to attend and complete a DWI education class and have a drug and alcohol assessment. You will install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. And you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. Mr. Rojas, Mr. Valentin Rojas, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes,
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer?
yes.
Mr. Valentin Rojas, I will follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Valentin Rojas, you're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney, follow the directions of our clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you will be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
How are you doing, Mr. Perez Mendoza? You doing good? Okay. Mr. Perez is set on our. Let me ask you this here. You here in place of Brennan Mitchell?
Yes, sir. I'm here appearing on behalf of my boss, Brendan.
Okay,
Appearing for reset.
okay. Now, what's your name?
Kenneth Laverne.
Kenneth? Okay. Okay, now, how are you doing, Mr. Laverne?
Doing well, Your Honor. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Now, we were gonna reset this keep it on the trial docket.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, give us a reset date. Okay, it's gonna be reset to June 20th of 2022. Let me ask you this here. Do we have, I see this is DJ by a second. We have bond conditions in this case? Could somebody check? 330342. Yes. A co-defendant.
No, there isn't. They just have his name. He does have bond condition.
Okay, okay, that's fine. Okay, so this case is gonna be reset to June 20th, 2022. You're gonna stand on the floor, get to reset. Once you get your reset, you and your client will be free to go. And you have a blessed day. Okay. You're welcome. Okay. Okay. Mr. Rojo? Oh. Oh, no. Mr. Bailey, would you please get two people? George Finney and Christopher Curtis.
What's the first name?
George Finney and Christopher Curtis. Oh, well, just get George Curtis. Okay, that's gonna be reset.
I did have a question about Mr. Finney though.
His case is a, okay. Was he set on he got a felony case set on May the 9th.
Yes. But Curtis,
You didn't have no response for Christopher Curtis?
he's out there, but an assessment was done. I don't know if you followed.
Oh, it was?
It was
On,
done in like February. I called his office Friday. He said they sent it over to the court, but we haven't got a record of it.
Okay, check with, you're gonna check with Trina.
Okay.
This is cause number 329-380. Repeat that, cause number 329-380. Case is style of state of Texas versus Christopher Derrick Curtis. Mr. Curtis, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Curtis?
Great.
That's good, Mr. Curtis. Your attorney of record is Attorney Terrence Allison. However, standing in for Attorney Allison is Attorney Marivius Allen. Does Mr. Allen have your permission to stand in for Mr. Allison?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, Mr. Allen, how are you doing?
Good, how are you, Your Honor?
I'm doing fine. And if I didn't ask Mr. Curtis, how are you doing?
I'm great, sir.
That's good. Now, Mr. Allen, what is your announcement in Mr. Curtis' case?
We are ready to be moved to the trial docket for June.
Okay, just hold on, we'll give you a trial. Case is gonna be reset to June 20th for trial 2022. Mr. Allen, you're gonna sign for the reset. And Mr. Curtis, once you get your reset from Mr. Allen, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Allen, check with Ms. Redmond
Yes, sir.
on that other case. All right. Okay, court is in session in cause number 3307. Okay, cause number 330742. Case is style of state of Texas versus Gary Lee Barnes. Mr. Barnes, is that your full name? How you doing, Mr. Barnes? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Barnes, we're here represented by Mr. Lance Nguyen. Nguyen, how are you doing?
Doing fine, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen, what is your announcement in Mr. Barnes' case?
Judge, if I may, Judge, there is a felony pending in this case that arises from the same transaction. You're basically the same facts, essentially. Which conference and following that.
May 16th, yeah.
Judge, if I can ask the court to see this case on status, because confident that whatever happens in that case will influence the prosecution of what happens in this case.
No objection.
Okay, so we're gonna keep it on the same date. We'll reset it to May 16th. Same date of your felony? That's what you want?
Yes, I'm here on May 9th, also for pretrial on May 16th, so either one.
Yeah, the date is,
Yeah, we'll be here both times.
I see a trial
Yes, sir. I think
for May
pretrial-
16th.
Yes, sir. Pretrial is May 9th, so
Which one you want it on?
either day, May, I guess May 16th. for that.
Okay, okay, we'll reset it to May 16th. You're gonna get your reset from our court coordinator. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, and see you later, Mr. Barnes. Once you get your reset, you're free to go as well. You have a blessed day. Okay, we're gonna do Mr. Furlow. We have three cases. All three cases are style of state of Texas versus Drake Dalton Furlow. We have Mr. Furlow appearing via Zoom. First case is cause number 324-378-1. Second case is cause number 324-380-1. And the third case is cause number 324-472. All three cases are styled the state of Texas versus Drake Dalton Furlough.
Your Honor, first, good morning. How are you doing?
Morning, Mr. Swallow.
I represent Mr. Furlough and Judge, I believe Mr. Furlough has temporarily or is temporarily residing out of state. To add to the problem, as the court may be aware, I took on a position where I am traveling, arbitrating cases between a government agency and their unions. So I travel extensively now. And so it's been a little difficult for me and Mr. Furlough to get together, but it's been more difficult for me to get with the prosecutor. And originally what the plan was, this case was going to run concurrent with another case in another county in which he did jail time. And so he run up there and he got that, and they made him go to jail right then, and then, which he did. And now I need to get with the prosecutor to see if they were going to honor that prior commitment. And so,
Okay, Mr. Blake Ham is representing the state. He said he'll be happy to take any phone calls, so you'll have to contact Mr. Blake Ham.
right, and let me make sure, Judge, means that we're live on YouTube. Let me make sure of this.
Right.
The DA's office has always accepted my calls. They have been very courteous. They have talked to me before about this case, and I did not mean to imply in any way, shape, or form that the DA's office is not willing to talk to me and resolve this case. So I want to make sure Mr. Ham understands that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll get a reset date. How much time do you need, Mr. Swallow?
Judge, I was hearing a June 20th date, which is not
I think that was trial dates.
okay. If I could get it sometime, I don't know what your schedule's like, but if I could get a reset sometime during the week of June the 13th, I'll
Okay.
be in all that week.
Okay, she'll check. Hold on a minute. Yeah, we can do June 13th.
We can.
Yes.
That'll be perfect for me, Judge.
Okay. Okay, just
I'll
hold
be
on a
in
minute.
town.
Okay, that'll be reset to June 13th of 2022. Mr. Furlough, your attorney, your bondsman will be given notice of your reset date. Stay in contact with your attorney, your bondsman. You're free to go. And you have a blessed day. And Mr. Swallow, I think this is your only case. You're free to go as well, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, if I could tell the state that I'll be trying to get a hold to them.
Yeah, he can hear you.
Sometime here pretty quick.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, regards to your family, Judge.
All
Thank you.
right, same to you. All right. Ms. Alfaro, would you please put your mic on mute?
I thought you were doing it for me. I'm busy making a smoothie. Either you or Cher. Judge Holmes, can you please let me know if my case is reset so I don't have to sit here and wait? Because I heard it was reset till May 16th. Got things to do. Wendy ain't showing up from what I've heard, and it's obviously reset, right?
Court is in session in two cases, cause number 327-966 and cause number 331380. Both cases are filed with State of Texas versus Michael Gallo. Mr. Gallo, how are you doing?
All right. I got a question.
Mr. Gallo, you're here, represented by your attorney, Mr. Peter Dahl. Mr. Dahl, how you doing?
Pretty very good.
That's good. Now, Mr. Dahl, this case is on the trial docket. We won't be having, our trials have been canceled for this week. You'd like to keep this on the trial docket?
It's possible that if I can talk to him for a few minutes. we can
Okay, we'll
resolve it.
hold.
We got to offer.
All right, just hold. Just, yeah, you can go talk to him.
I'll be outside.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Galmore, we have Patrick Gallagher, who's appearing via Zoom. He's been on Zoom. I think you were on Zoom too earlier,
I
weren't you?
was, but I had to go to drug court.
Okay. Okay, this is cause number 327596, case of style of the State of Texas versus Patrick Daniel Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher, he was on Zoom. I think that he's on that, where it says iPhone. Oh, there he is.
Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Gallagher, how are you doing?
Fantastic. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Gallagher, you're represented by your attorney, Mr. Dustin Galmore. Mr. Galmore, how are you doing?
I'm great, Judge. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Now, Mr. Galmore, you like to keep Mr. Gallagher's case on the trial docket?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, give us a reset date. Okay, this case will be reset to June 20th of 2022. Mr. Gallagher, your attorney will be given, your attorney and your bondsman will be given a copy of your reset. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman for that reset date of June 20th, 2022. You're free to go. Thanks for being patient with us, and you have a blessed day.
Your Honor, you have a great day and thanks for your service, okay?
All right, you're welcome. And Mr. Galmore, would you please sign for your reset?
Yes.
The next case is cause number 330272. Case is style of State of Texas versus, is that Uye Ekong? Mr. Ekong is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Ekong?
Miss Econ.
Oh, Miss Ekong?
I think so.
Ms. Ekong, would you please take your mic off of mute? Okay, she's been here earlier. Who's the prosecutor on this case? Mr. Ms. Ekong, would you please take your mic off of mute?
Hello, good
All right,
morning.
good morning, how you doing?
I'm
Miss-
fine, thank you.
Okay, that's good. Ms. Ekong, you're represented here by your attorney, Mr. Dustin Galmore. Mr. Galmore, what is your, you like to keep this case on the trial docket?
We would, but believe it'd be a bench trial. So maybe we could just have a short turnaround when the court reporter's back.
Yeah, okay. We can do it. Just give us a reset. We'll put it on a plea docket. Would that be fine?
That'd be fine.
Yeah, let's give him put it on a plea docket.
Maybe the court reporter be back next week.
We'll check. Yeah,
June 13th or June 20th?
which one?
We were hoping maybe we could do it in
Let's reset it 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
That's
2 weeks.
fine.
Would be perfect.
Okay, give us a date. May 9th or 16th?
May 9, sounds good.
Okay. Case be reset to May 9th, 2022. Ms. Ekong, stay in contact with your attorney. And your bondsman, your attorney will be given notice of your reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Okay, thank you so
Okay,
much.
all right, you're free to go, Ms. Ekong. And Mr.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Mr. Galmore, would you please sign for your reset?
I need a call. My bond payment, I need a call.
We have one more.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, the person that's on the, on YouTube, well, on Zoom that has the last four digits of your telephone number 099, would you please put your mic on mute? Okay, let's see. Esteban Avalos. Esteban, would you please get Esteban Avalos? That person is. Okay, court is in session and calls numbers 328-468, calls number 331-226. Both cases are style of state of Texas versus Esteban Avalos. Mr. Avalos, is that your full name? How you doing, Mr. Avalos?
How about you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Avalos, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Galmore, Mr. Dustin Galmore. Mr. Galmore, what's your announcement in Mr. Avalos' cases?
Judge, I'm not sure how they got separated, but he has a felony pending, it's on May the 9th.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
And we would just ask to put this with that.
Okay, so we're gonna reset this case with this felony case on May 9th, 2022. Mr. Avalos, your attorney will be given a copy of your reset, your attorney and your bondsman, that is. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. Mr. Galmore, you can stand on the X behind Mr. Allen and sign for your resets.
Yes, sir.
Once you get your resets, you will be free to go. You have a blessed day. You can stand over there with your attorney. Okay, court is in session and calls number 330736, case is style of state of Texas versus Shanae Renee Jaquette. Ms. Jaquette, is that your full name? How you doing, Ms. Jaquette? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. Jaquette, you here represented Your attorney, Attorney Bruce Smith. Attorney Smith, how are you doing?
Fine, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Smith, do you waive the record in Mr. Jaquette's case?
We certainly do.
Ms. Jaquette, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Jaquette, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jaquette, you may put your hand down. Ms. Jaquette, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information alleges that on or about August 7th of 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. Ms. Jaquette, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Ms. Jaquette, how do you plead, guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Okay.
Now, you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Agreed.
Okay, Ms. Jaquette, I have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Hold on a minute. And Ms. Jaquette, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, Mr. Jaquette, there are a set of initials on a line next to a box that says check nolo contendere, which means no contest. Are these your initials?
Yes, sir. No problem.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, which is titled Trial Court Certification to Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
There are 2 boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box says checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jaquette, I also have another document before me that's titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Jaquette, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney, Mr. Smith, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir. He explained everything to me.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, I did.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State, now, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1, the misdemeanor plea admonishment, and State's Exhibit Number 2, the probable cause affidavit. State, you like to offer States 1 and 2?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, States Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. Smith, you advised and counsel Ms. Jaquette. Is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None, Your Honor.
Ms. Jaquette, your attorney, Mr. Smith, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir. Totally.
Ms. Jaquette, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
Now, it's for 180 days in jail, probated over a term of 1 year. $750 fine, 50 hours of community service, attendance and completion of BWI classes, alcohol assessments, and interlock device.
Ms. Jaquette, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve any more time in the Jefferson County Jail on this case because you will be placed on probation for a period of 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs. The total fine and court cost is $1,172. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, your analysis fee of $15 each month. You will be required to pay the Jefferson County DWI education class and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea should a further evaluation be needed. You'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments, that is, the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month while you're on probation is $185 a month. Ms. Jaquette, will you be able to pay the $185 each month?
Yes, sir.
You'll also be required to perform 50 hours of community service, attend and complete a DW education class, have a drug and alcohol assessment, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, and you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. Ms. Jaquette, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes,
And do you accept the state's offer?
yes.
Ms. Jaquette, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Ms. Jaquette, you're going to stand on the X next to your attorney. You'll follow the directions of our clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay, so please stand on the X. Court is back in session in cause number 326-185. Case is filed the state of Texas versus Claire Elizabeth DeLeon. Ms. DeLeon, is that your full name? How you doing, Ms. DeLeon?
Good.
I'm doing fine. Ms. DeLeon, you're here represented by your attorney Bruce Smith. Attorney Smith, you like to keep Ms. DeLeon's case on the trial docket?
Yes, Your Honor.
Give us the trial date. Okay, this case is going to be reset for June 20th. Ms. DeLeon, your attorney and your bondsman will be given notice to reset. Mr. Smith, you can sign for her reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, Ms. DeLeon, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. You can stand over there by your attorney. You have to sign for it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. She's on the trial docket, page 2 at the top.
Okay, it's ready.
Brian Gidry. We'll get Brian Gidry. Next case is cause number 329540. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Brian Paul Gidry. Mr. Gidry, is that your full name? How you doing, Mr. Gidry? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Gidry, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Bruce Smith. Mr. Smith, what is your announcement? You like to keep this on the trial docket?
Yes, sure.
Give us a date.
Would you like the same day?
Mr. Smith, she wants to know if you would like the same date or different date.
Different way.
Okay.
July 11th?
I'm gonna be gone. I have application letter for July.
Okay, July 18th?
I'm gonna be gone.
You're gonna be gone, just give him July,
You wanted
August.
to
or
do
just-
June 20th or the 27th? What do you suggest? You want to get?
I'm already in trial.
So you got to do August, I guess.
August 1st?
August.
Okay. Mr. Gidry, your case is gonna be reset for trial for August 1st. Your attorney is gonna sign for your reset. Your attorney bonds was going to give a notice, stay in contact with your attorney bonds. You're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney. Once he signs and give you your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. And I thank Mr. Smith, this is your last case.
No.
Your Honor, I have two other cases, Bobby Blunt and a Samuel Paul,
Okay.
but they're both motions to withdraw.
Okay, I see a Carter. Ronaldo Lee, oh, that's Jill. Person is in jail. You can tap your reset.
Sure.
What document is that on? On where? Page 1 on what docket? Falk, yeah.
He got out.
He's on, yeah, he's in jail. So that case is gonna be reset.
Yes, sir.
Who,
Well, next time.
just ask him. Mis- Mi- Mr. Smith, she wants to know, if you're gonna put him on like a jail run docket since he's in jail.
Whatever pleases the court. I mean, it's a motion to withdraw.
Right. You available Thursday? Because we usually have our jail runs on Thursday. Actually, you can appear by Zoom. You don't have, I mean,
Yeah. I can do it.
yeah, we could have him appear on the, so Thursday's fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll do that.
Yes.
All right.
What about on Bobby Locke? Bobby Locke, L-O-T-T. Also a motion to withdraw. It's a court-appointed case. You may have already done it.
I don't see it on the docket.
Can you come sign for me, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, that's not on the docket. Yeah, like you say, it may have already been done. Okay, you excuse. Mr. What are we doing on Lund? Yes, is Mr. Anthony Kane Lund present? Okay, yeah,
Can you put him on the trial docket here for July 7th?
okay.
I'm sure we're gonna work it out. We've got it right now.
Mr. Lund? Okay, this on the, it's the last one on the pretrial conference docket. This is cause number 329882, case of South State of Texas versus Anthony Kane Lund. And we have Mr. Lund appearing in court. Mr. Lund, is that your full name? Yes. Okay, how you doing, Mr. Lund? I'm doing fine. Mr. Lund is represented by Attorney Daniel Barrera. Attorney Barrera, again, how are you doing?
Good, Your Honor.
And Mr. Barrera, what is your announcement?
We'd like to put him on the trial docket. Your
Okay, give us a trial date.
Honor. If we can do the 18th of July.
18th of July?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, this case is gonna be reset 18th of July. Mr. Lund, your attorney is gonna sign for your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go. And Mr. Barrera, I think this is your only case. You're free to go as well. Just stand on the floor, sign for your reset. Gonna get Demetrius Wheeler. Court is in session and cause number 330208. Case of South State of Texas versus Demetrius Gerald Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler, is that your full name?
Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Wheeler?
All right, sir.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Wheeler, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. John West. Mr. West, how are you doing?
Good, John.
Now, Mr. West, you'd like to keep Mr. Wheeler's case on the court's trial docket?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give us a trial date. Demetrius Wheeler, page at the bottom of page 3 of the trial docket. Okay, this case is gonna be reset June 20th for trial. Mr. West, you can sign for the reset. Mr. Wheeler, you're gonna get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman.
Yes.
All right, stand on the floor, X. Mr. West, is that your only case?
I believe it is, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay, because yes, Sylvester, but that person is in jail.
Right.
Brittany Sylvester. So you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. On the trial docket, Michael Gallo, what are we doing? Mr. Gallo? Would you please come forward?
There's some discrepancy that I have to figure out. So we kind of figured it out. Figured out the Thursday. If you want to just set it Thursday.
So what y'all need you need a reset or something?
Yeah, I gotta figure out the discrepancy.
Okay, I mean, it's on the trial. Okay, we're gonna you want to keep it on the trial docket, right?
Yeah, I don't care. I just.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, just give him a-
State's They made an offer, which.
Okay, okay, just give him give you a standard reset date. Is that fine?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Gallo. This cause number 327-996 or 327-966.
You got the wrong defendant.
Michael Gallo?
Oh, no, I said Mr. Jefferson.
I'll say Michael Gallo.
You guys got it. He's sitting outside.
He was the wrong client.
Michael Gallo.
Okay. Okay, court is in session and cause numbers 327-966, cause number 331-380. State of Texas versus Michael Gallo. Your name is Michael Gallo III or Michael Cornell Gallo III? Okay, now how you doing, Mr. Gallo?
All right.
Okay, now, Mr. Gallo, you represented here by Mr. Attorney Peter Doyle. Now, Mr. Doyle, we're gonna keep this case on our regular trial date.
Yes.
Give us a trial setting.
June 20th.
It's gonna be reset to June 20th. Mr. Gallo, your attorney is gonna sign for your reset date. Once you get your reset date from your attorney, you're free to go. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. Mr. Peter Doyle, you can sign for your reset. Okay, let's see what we have. Brandon Richards. This case is on the trial docket. It's on the trial docket. It's the last page, page 4. This is cause number 330482. Case is style of State of Texas versus Brandon Andre Richards.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Richards, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think this one was set for a bench trial. Yeah, we don't have a, we have to reset it for, we don't have a court reporter
Oh, okay.
right now. So, let's give them a reset date.
You wanna do it on Tuesday? Not even June 27th.
Just to give us a 30-day reset so we can get the, we got to contact the court reporter.
Okay.
Okay, make sure that we have one on that day.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
May 23rd.
okay. What's that date?
May 23rd.
May 23rd.
But I was gonna do June 27th. That's what we have now.
It's not a jury trial. It's a bench trial.
May 23rd. One second. You can sign this one.
Okay, Ms. Perazzo. We have another case. Your client is on Zoom. It's Isaiah McCarr.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we need to prosecute. Isaiah McCarr. He's on the announcement docket, bottom of page 2.
Sir,
Okay, hold on, Mr. McCarr. He's on the announcement docket, Isaiah Jose McCarr. That's CC2C. No, yeah, CC2C. Okay, this is cause number 3277788. Case is filed the state of Texas versus Isaiah Hosea McCarr. Mr. McCarr, is that your full name?
yes, sir.
Okay, how are you doing, Mr. McCarr?
Just fine and yourself?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. McCarr. You're here represented by your attorney Laura Perrazzo. Attorney Perrazzo, what is your announcement in Mr. McCarr's case?
Your Honor, of course, we don't have a record here, but I just wanted to.
It's on the announcement docket.
Yes, sir. Well, we've asked for several resets to allow us time to review the discovery, but we don't have a good phone number. Every time we try calling him, there's no voicemail. We've attempted several times to schedule an appointment. So if he could just please contact our office to schedule an appointment so we can set something up either by Zoom if we need to do the discovery that way. I'm just having an issue.
Mr. McCarr, did you hear your attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay, she wants you to contact her office because they're having problems getting in contact with you with the numbers that you gave that she has. Now, I don't want you to give her your number over Zoom because we live on YouTube. So you're gonna have to contact her office. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is Miss Laura Perrazzo. Now, could you give us a reset date?
June 13th.
Okay, this case is gonna be reset June 13th of 2022. Your attorney, Miss Perrazzo, is going to get your reset. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman for your reset date. Mr. McCarr, this will conclude your case. Again, contact your attorney. You're free to go, and thanks for being patient with us. You have a blessed day.
All right, you as well.
All right, you're welcome. Ashley Benoit. Is that her? Are you Ashley Benoit? Okay. Okay, this is cause number 329308. Case is style of state of Texas versus Ashley Ann Benoit. Ms. Benoit, is that your full name? How you doing, Ms. Benoit? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Benoit, you're represented by your attorney, Ms. Laura Perrazzo. Ms. Perrazzo, what's your announcement in Ms. Benoit's case?
Your Honor, we did receive an offer and we didn't formally make a rejection, but we would ask that her case be placed on the trial docket.
Okay, give us a reset date.
On the trial docket?
Yes,
June 27th.
June 27th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this case is be reset to June 27th. Ms. Benoit, your attorney is gonna sign for your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Please stand over there on the forex in front of our court coordinator to get your reset.
Thank you.
Okay, she still has another one. Samantha Britt.
Your Honor, that's gonna be a plea. We're just waiting for the paper.
Oh, y'all, please, okay. Is that your last?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Next. Reginald Wilson. We got the paperwork on Wilson. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hold on, Wilson. Here we go. Original was. Hold on a minute. Court is in session and calls number 330128. The case is styled the state of Texas versus Reginald Deshaun Wilson. Mr. Wilson, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How are you doing, Mr. Wilson?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's good. Mr. Wilson, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Wilson, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Mr. Wilson, you may put your hand down. Mr. Wilson, you're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney Jason Nix. Attorney Nix, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Nix, the state is represented by Attorney Coleman. Attorney Coleman, how are you doing?
Good, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilson, I have before me a document that is titled Information that has been filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. This information alleges that on or about June 4th of 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of assault family violence. Mr. Wilson, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Wilson, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, and no contest?
Guilty.
Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Wilson. I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document? On page 2 of the same document, Mr. Wilson, there's a set of initials on the line next to a box that says check guilty. Are these your initials?
Yes, sir.
On the next page of the same document, Mr. Wilson, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next, oh, you didn't check a box. Right here, got it.
We'll check it right now, Your Honor. We did go over this, though, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Wilson, I have before me a document that is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Mr. Wilson, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
At the bottom of this document, Mr. Wilson, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
There are two boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wilson, I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Mr. Wilson, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Wilson, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney Nix go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Nix, got that. So you waiving the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And no objection to the entry.
Okay. So you're not objecting to State's Exhibit number 1?
No objection.
Okay, no objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Okay. Now, also, Mr. Well, let me do this and be a little remiss. State, are you offering state's exhibit number one?
State offer states one, Judge.
Hey, no objection. I got it kind of backwards when he said, no objections.
I'm thinking I
That
need
was
to offer it first.
Yeah. Okay, so no objection, state's exhibit number one will be admitted. Now, Mr. Wilson. Are you a US citizen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, your attorney, Mr. Nix, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided fully effective and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Nix, you've advised and counseled Mr. Wilson. Is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
Not at all, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
In exchange for the defendant's plea, in this case, the state's recommending confinement in the Jefferson County Jail for a period of 180 days. However, we're asking the court to suspend the imposition of that sentence and place the defendant on community supervision for a period of 12 months, assess a $750 fine, order that the defendant complete 60 hours of community service, and that he comply with all the standard conditions of probation, including taking an anger management course and having no contact with the complainant, in this case, Jasmine Bryson, Brydyso.
Mr. Wilson, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail in this case because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year, which is 12 months. You will also be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs. The total fine in court costs is $1,102. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, or your analysis fee of $15 each month. And your total monthly installments that you'll be required to pay, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay while you're on probation, is $175 each month. Will you be able to pay the $175? You'll also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, pay a $100 fine to a family violence center in Jefferson County, Texas. Attend and complete an anger management class. You cannot have any contact with the victim, Jasmine Bryson. You also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of probation. Mr. Wilson, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wilson, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Wilson, your attorney has just handed you a document that is titled Model Written Admonition on Ineligibility to Possess Firearm or Ammunition. In accordance with the Texas Administrative Code, Section 176.1, the court hereby admonish you of the following. Number one, you are by entry of order or judgment ineligible under Texas law to possess a firearm or ammunition. Number two, beginning now, if you possess a firearm or ammunition, it could lead to charges against you. If you have questions about how long you will be ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, you should consult an attorney. Number three, under Texas Penal Code, Section 46.013, A, firearms mean any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance, or any device readily convertible to that use. B, firearm does not include a firearm that may have as an integral part a folding knife blade or other characteristics of weapon made illegal by Penal Code Chapter 46, and that is one, an antique or curio firearm manufactured before 1899, or two, a replica of an antique or curio firearm manufactured before 1899, but only if The replica does not use rimfire or centerfire ammunition. The statutes listed below are a starting point for ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition. For more information about the laws that make you ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, or for more information on how long your ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition lasts, the court recommends you contact an attorney. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 17.292, Magistrate's Orders for Emergency Protection. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 42.0131, Notice for persons convicted of misdemeanors involving family violence. Penal Code Section 46.02, unlawful carrying weapons. Penal Code Section 46.04, unlawful possession of firearm. Penal Code Section 25.07, violation of certain court orders or conditions of bond in a family violence, child abuse or neglect, sexual assault or abuse, indecent assault, stalking, or trafficking case. Family Code Section 85.026, warning on protective order. Now, Mr. Wilson, you can keep that copy for your records. This will conclude your case. Please stand on the X next to your attorney. Follow the directions of our court coordinator. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. And Mr. Nix, you'll be free to go as well, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. This is cause number 331228. Case is style of State of Texas versus Alexis R. Colbert or Alexis Rashawn Colbert. Ms. Okay.
Judge, can you repeat that name back to me, please?
Okay. Ms. Colbert is in court. Okay, Ms. Colbert, how are you doing?
I'm good, and you? Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Wrong person.
Put your name on mute. Put your mic on mute. Ms. Colbert, how are you doing?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Ms. Colbert, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Ryan Gertz. And again, Mr. Gertz, how are you doing?
Great, Judge, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gertz, well, the state is represented by Attorney Blake Ham. Attorney Ham, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you, Your Honor.
That's good. Mr. Gertz, what is your announcement in Ms. Colbert's case?
Judge, we just reset her drug court case stemming from the same incident.
Okay.
60 days, and so we would ask that this case be reset.
Do we have that? They don't have it in the system. So what we're gonna do is gonna check the system periodically to find out what date it's on, and we're gonna put it on the same date.
Great.
So that simply means that we won't be able to give you a reset right now, but stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. The court dates are gonna be on the same day. And so what that means is your attorney, that means you have to check in here and let us know, then go take care of your drug court case and then come back here and let us know what's the resolution or the disposition of that case, okay? So this case is gonna be reset with your felony case. Ms. Colbert, you're free to go. You have a blessed day. And Mr. Gertz, I think this is your only case.
Yes, Judge.
You're free to go as well, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you. Have a
You're
good day.
welcome. All right, same to you. Mr. Lang,
Yes, Your Honor, on Jaqueen and Antoine. May we approach her?
Yes. Okay. Court is in session in 3 cases, cause number 327722. Second case is cause number 327724. And the third case is cause number 327726. All 3 cases are styled the state of Texas versus Jaqueen Jamad Antoine. Mr. Antoine, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Antoine, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. You?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Antoine, you're represented here by your attorney, Mr. Kevin Lane. Mr. Lane, how are you doing?
Fine, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lane, what is your announcements in Mr. Antoine's cases?
Well, Your Honor, we had asked the court in our last setting to reset because we were going to get an offer from the felony attorney regarding these cases. We pled guilty to the felony case this morning. He got 10 years deferred. Part of that plea bargain agreement was to dismiss these 3 misdemeanors that are all related.
So the prosecutor just has to check with the felony prosecutor?
If we could just have a short recess, maybe 30 days or 2 weeks, so we can
Okay.
confirm that with Mr. Coleman and I can
Okay,
get that
fine.
information to you.
Just give us a reset date.
2 weeks.
Yeah, he said short, yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, this case is reset May 9th, 2022. Mr. Antoine, your attorney is going to sign for your reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
You're going to stand on there, X, and sign for your reset. Mr. Lane, is this the only case you have?
I think that's the only one, Your Honor.
Okay. Samantha Britt. On the announcement docket. Court is in session in 2 cases. Cause number 330590. Second case is cause number 330592. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Samantha Aquita Britt. Is that your full name?
Yes.
How you doing, Miss Britt?
Good.
That's good. Ms. Britt, you're here represented by your attorney, Ms. Lori Perazzo. Ms. Perazzo, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Your Honor, thank you.
That's good. Ms. Perazzo, do you waive a record in Ms. Britt's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Britt, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Britt, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Ms. Britt, you may put your hand down. Ms. Britt, in cause number 330590, I have before me a information. Let me back up again. This it. Raise your hand again. Ms. Britt, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you may put your hand down. Now, Ms. Britt, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This document was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. This document alleges that on or about August 15th of 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed to Class A misdemeanor offense of assault family violence. Ms. Britt, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes.
And to this charge, Ms. Britt, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Guilty? Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Britt, I have before me another document. This document is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. It is also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay, on page 2 of this same document, Ms. Britt, there are a set of initials, SB, on a line that is next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes.
On the next document, Ms. Britt, this document is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Ms. Britt, is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
Ms. Britt, at the top of this document, there are 2 boxes that's checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that? Ms. Britt, I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery. Oh. Yeah, you put a 20, there's no 21 before the number. Yeah, I got a 20, there's no 21 before the number.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this one too.
Oh, that's the way it is on the system.
Well, it's not on in the information at all.
See, it's on the exhibit sheet.
Okay, that's a document produced by the DA's office.
Okay, I'm just making you aware.
Okay.
That's where I got the number from.
Yeah. Yeah, the information just has, we don't have
Okay.
those numbers before.
Do you need to initial it? You want us to initial that? Or?
Initial what? That is
Right.
scratched out? No,
Okay, just making sure.
yeah, it's not the document. Okay, now, Ms. Britt, I have before me another document that is titled Discovery Certification. Ms. Britt, do you recognize this document? Is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
Ms. Britt, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Ms. Britt, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1. State, you like to offer State's 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections? No objections. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Ms. Perazo, you have advised and counseled Ms. Britt. Is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Britt, your attorney, Ms. Perazo, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes.
Has she provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Britt, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
Your Honor, the agreement in this case, which is case number 330590, is for 90 days in jail probated over a term of 1 year, $500 fine, 60 hours of community service, and no contact with Sarita Britt and Kennedy Barabee.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And the sentence in this case is to run concurrently with that in case number 330592.
Now, in this case, it's one victim named Sarita Marie Britt. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, but she's gonna have contact with the victim of the other case too? I mean, in this case?
Well, I think that we need to separate it. For this particular case, it's for Sarita, and then the other one, it would be for the other one, because there's the two separate cause numbers, if that's the way the court wants.
That's agreeable.
I mean, I don't know if I can have them no contact with a person who's not a victim in the case.
It will just be no contact with the victim in the case for
Yeah.
each case, Your Honor.
Okay. In this case, the victim is Sarita Britt.
Yes, Your
I'll
Honor.
just-
That would be fine.
Victim Sarita Marie Britt. And in the other case, it's gonna be victim Kennedy Barabin.
Yeah, you corrected on the.
Yeah. Here you go. Yes. Oh, who gets it?
I can do it, or you can do it.
And that one is,
Whichever's
Britt is it? Sarita Britt is the victim in this case, in cause number 330-590. Okay. Okay, he corrected it. Okay, so let me do this. I'm gonna go ahead on and close that out. Okay. Okay, so Ms. Britt, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail on this case because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probation, you'll be required to pay a fine. No. Looking at the wrong one. Yeah, in this case, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $352, which comes a total fine and court costs of $852. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, or your analysis fee of $15 each month. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $155 per month. Will you be able to pay the $155 each month? You'll also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, pay a fine of $100 to a family violence center in Jefferson County, Texas. You cannot have any contact with the victim, in this case, Sarita Britt. In this here case, will run concurrent with cause numbers 330-592. It was on here twice. And you'll be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Ms. Britt, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Britt, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Okay, Ms. Britt, we're gonna move to your next case.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what am I supposed to?
It says 21 dash, current where run concurrent at the bottom left,
Take out the 21?
21 dash.
Okay, gotcha.
Well done. Only erase what you need.
Okay, next case, Ms. Britt, is cause number 330592. In this case, Ms. Britt, is styled the state of Texas versus Samantha McQuita Britt. Ms. Britt, I have before me an information in this case that has been filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. And this information you gotta take out the persons, the other victim. You're gonna take out
So
Britt
this
in
one-
this case. It's,
Take out Sarita, leave Kennedy.
no. We're gonna leave Kennedy Barabin. We're gonna take out Britt.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am. I was using first names.
Stop confusing everybody.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I think we got it. We'll get there.
I knew he would.
We'll struggle through it.
And 21 is not on that one. Okay.
Okay, now, Miss Britt, let me repeat this. State is filing information. This information alleges that on or about August 15th of 2021, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of assault family violence. Ms. Britt, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes.
And to this charge, Ms. Britt, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
Guilty.
Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you're?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bryant, would you please put your mic on mute? Thank you. Now, Ms. Britt, I also have before me, now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Okay, now, Ms. Britt, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishment. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And on page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials SB. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes.
On the next third page of the same document, Ms. Britt, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes.
And on the next document, which is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, Ms. Britt, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes that are checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The second box states that you're waiving your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Ms. Britt, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Britt, prior to signing and initialing these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And Ms. Britt, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
State, I have before me States Exhibit number 1. Would you like to offer States 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection. States Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Ms. Carrazzo, you advised and counseled Ms. Britt. Is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Britt, your attorney, Ms. Carrazzo, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes.
Has she provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Ms. Britt, I will accept your plea guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is this agreement?
Your Honor, the agreement in this case, 330592, is for 90 days in jail, probated over a term of 1 year. There is no fine in this case. 60 hours of community service and no contact with Kennedy Bervin. And the sentence in this case is to run concurrently with the sentence in case number 330590.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Britt, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail on this case because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you will not be required to pay a fine. However, you will be required to pay court costs of $352. You will not be required to pay a probation fee in this case, or restitution fee, because you're paying a probation fee and restitution fee in the other case. You're not paying a restitution fee in the other case, excuse me. You will be required to pay a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. And your total monthly installments, in this case, Ms. Britt, is $50 per month. Will you be able to pay the $50 each month?
Yeah.
You'll also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, pay a fine of $100 to a family violence center in Jefferson County, Texas. This case will run concurrent. Oh, they got this number in here again. Okay. This case will run concurrent with cause number 330590. As I stated earlier, the fine will be waived. You cannot have any contact with the victim in this case, Kennedy Bervin, and you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. Ms. Britt, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes.
Ms. Britt, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Ms. Britt, you have just been handed a document that is titled Model Written Admonition on Ineligibility to Possess Firearm or Ammunition. I will go over this document with you. And it reads, in accordance with the Texas Administrative Code, Section 176.1, the court hereby admonishes you of the following. Number one, you are, by entry of order or judgment, ineligible under Texas law to possess a firearm or ammunition. Number two, beginning now, if you possess a firearm or ammunition, it could lead to charges against you. If you have questions about how long you will be ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, you should consult an attorney. Number three, under Texas Penal Code Section 46.013A, firearms mean any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance or any device readily convertible to that use. B, firearm does not include a firearm that may have, as an integral part, a folding knife blade or other characteristics of weapons made illegal by Penal Code Chapter 46, and that is one, an antique or carry-on firearm manufactured before 1899, or two, a replica of an antique or carry-on firearm manufactured before 1899, but only if the replica does not use rimfire or centerfire ammunition. The statutes listed below are a starting point for ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition. For more information about the laws that make you ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, or for more information on how long your ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition lasts, the court recommends you contact an attorney. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 17.292, Magistrate's Orders for Emergency Protection. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 42.0131, Notice for persons convicted of misdemeanors involving family violence. Penal Code Section 46.02, unlawful carrying weapons. Penal Code Section 46.04, unlawful possession of firearm. Penal Code Section 25.07, violation of certain court orders or conditions of bond in a family violence, child abuse or neglect, sexual assault or abuse, indecent assault, stalking, or trafficking case. Family Code Section 85.026, warning on protective orders. Now, Ms. Britt, the model written admonition that has just been given to you is for your records. You can keep that. You're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney. You're gonna follow the directions of our court clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day. And Ms. Peraza, I think this is your last case?
Yes, sir.
You'll be free to go as well, and you have a blessed day as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you will. Next case is Moses Jones. Okay, this is cause number 326648. Case is style of state of Texas versus Moses W. Jones or Moses Willard Jones. Mr. Jones, is that your full name?
Sir.
Is your full name Moses W. Jones or Moses Willard Jones?
Moses Jones.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. How you doing, Mr. Jones?
Okay, you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Jones, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. William Wilkerson. Ms. Wilkerson, how are you doing?
Doing well, Judge.
Ms. Wilkerson, what is your announcement? Well, you want to keep this on the trial docket?
Well, Your Honor, we were ready to proceed with bench trial
Yeah, we don't-
today. However, Mr. Jones asked to speak with you before he signed a discovery certification, and I believe would like to speak with the court about his Fifth Amendment right to competent legal counsel. I'll note for the court that I was appointed on this case, but Mr. Jones believes that the court told him something at the last hearing. So if the
He
court-
believed the court told him something at the last hearing.
about my representation of him.
And what was that?
Mr.
Well, I'm confused. He called me earlier, and that's why I was, because he was here to do a sign out on representing me. Then he takes me in this little blue room back here and tell me two things can happen today. He could order a psych evaluation on me, and he could do a bench trial today. So I'm confused.
Your Honor.
I don't know. what's going on with?
Okay, well,
Your Honor, if I may, the state's waiving its right to a jury trial. We're prepared to receive a bench trial. Your Honor, I think, and not to step on defense counsel's toes, I think we may be headed for a favorable resolution for this defendant.
I believe so as well, Your Honor. The confusion, I believe, lies in, like I said, Mr. Jones believes the court told him that he should get a better lawyer at the last hearing.
the court, you said you believe the court told you that?
No, sir.
Oh, goodness, I know the court didn't tell him that, so.
Your Honor.
Let me do
Like I
this
said,
here. Hold
I'm
on.
confused.
Okay, just hold on a minute. Now, we don't have a court report. You would like to go for the bench trial, you're waiving the record?
We can waive records.
Judge, under the circumstances, I'm not comfortable with waiving the record.
Okay.
Could we get somebody in here?
Right, well, we have to check. Just have a seat. We're gonna put you on hold and we're gonna check to see if we could get, okay, hold on a minute. Okay, next case is cause number 326-690, State of Texas versus Shannon Monique Parkinson. Ms. Parkinson, you come forward. How you doing, Ms. Parkinson? Now, Ms. Parkinson, your attorney, Mr. Alwyn Samuel, is present. How you doing, Mr. Samuel? Now, that's good. Ms. Parkinson, the state has filed a motion to dismiss your case, and the court has just signed a dismissal. Your attorney has a copy of that dismissal. You can get a copy. Once you get a copy, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who did the dismissal?
I think he did. Coleman. Okay. Okay, he has 2 cases. Does he have, oh yeah, I see he got bond conditions. Court is in session in 2 cases. First case is cause number 323-360. Second case is cause number 323-364. Both cases are style of State of Texas versus Derek Eugene Thomas Sr. Mr. Thomas, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Thomas? That's good, Mr. Thomas. You're here represented by your attorney, Attorney Alvin Samuel. Attorney Samuel, you like to keep Mr. Thomas's cases on the trial docket?
I'd like to have 1 second.
Okay. Miss Smith. Okay.
Check the system. I know we used the doubt that was the offer. So we're gonna on hold. Just can we have his case placed on a brief recall?
Hold, okay.
Check something.
All right, y'all just have a seat. Prosecutor need to check something. Brianna Lede? Yeah, is Brianna Lede present? Mr. Bailey? Oh, she's in custody? Oh, okay, but you did, okay.
I didn't know until Friday.
Okay, if she's in custody, we can, who's the prosecutor on that? Oh, that's Mr. SCC 2B.
That would be me, Your Honor. It's been around a long time, that she wanted to, we had worked out, and she wanted a trial, and she, in the meantime, she got arrested for something else.
Okay, so you said she got arrested for something else, so we could put on the jail run for Thursday if she's still in jail. You want to do that? You need some time to talk to her to find out what she wants to do?
I'll run and talk to her.
Okay, once you do that, and just let us know whether or not you want it on the docket for Thursday or not.
Can I do that Wednesday, Judge?
Hmm?
Can I do that on Wednesday?
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow? I mean, on Wednesday, that's right, today, Monday.
I'll let the court know tomorrow.
Well, what we do, we'll tentatively put it on the docket for Thursday. And if you tell us something different, we can take it off. This is Brianna Lede, page 2 of the trial docket. Okay. All right, you've pretty, that's the only case you got?
No, I have another, I have, Mr. Moat, I think is on.
This is clause number 331232, State of Texas versus Harold Eugene Moulton II. Mr. Moulton, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Moulton?
Fine, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. Ms. Moulton, you're here represented by your attorney Joe Vasquez. Attorney Vasquez, how you doing?
Good, how about you?
Sir, excuse me. My attorney just called. I'm represented by, Rice.
Okay,
I was just, and my bell woman just called me just now when I was just walking in, and they was trying to tell me that they was about to send me some paperwork to give to the court to let y'all know what was going on, because apparently we have kind of mixed up or something like that. And
yeah, Wright did not file his letter of representation.
Right,
So
and
he's still on the, right, until Wright does that, he's still the attorney of record. And so what we'll do, I'm gonna reset your case
Yes, sir.
to give Mr. Kimler an opportunity to file the appropriate paperwork.
Yes, sir.
And then, so I'm gonna reset it 30 days. That's a lot of time for him
Yes,
to
sir.
do what he needs to do.
Yes, sir.
All right, so, but you have to sign Mr. Vasquez because you, right now, you're the attorney of record.
Judges, his felony is reset till June 20th.
Okay, we'll reset it on the same day, but you still have to sign for it.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, yeah, just stand over there, sign for your reset, and y'all be free to go. You're gonna get your reset from Mr. Vasquez, okay? And give it to Mr. Kim.
Yes.
All right, stand over there and get your reset.
I got one more.
Hold on a minute, I need to do a quick record right quick. I need to do Moses Jones. Moses Jones? Just want to clear the record before we go in. Thanks a lot, Randy. This is cause number 326648. The case is styled the State of Texas versus Moses W. Jones. We have Mr. Moses W. Jones, who is appearing before the court of Moses Willard Jones. Mr. Jones, how are you doing?
You're on it, Joe.
I'm doing fine. Mr. Jones, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Jones, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, now, Mr. Jones, you may put your hand down. And just before we get started, Mr. Jones, I know there was some statements that was made by your attorney concerning something that was purportedly said for me to you, and you said it wasn't true. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Jones, I haven't talked to you about this case in any manner, other than you coming to court for your case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Never made any promises or anything of that nature. Is that correct? So is anyone, Mr. Wilkerson, you think there's a conflict of interest?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe there's a conflict of interest.
Okay, if there is, you waive any potential conflicts of interest?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Coleman, you think there's a conflict of interest?
No, Your Honor.
And if there's any potential conflict of interest, are you waiving a conflict of interest?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Now, Mr. Jones, now, state, you're waiving jury trial, is that
Yes, Your
correct?
Honor,
And
state's waiving its right to jury trial.
and
Defense is waiving its right to jury trial.
Okay, now, we will proceed with what is called a bench trial. State, we need you to read the information.
Yes, Your Honor. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, comes now the undersigned Assistant Criminal District Attorney of Jefferson County, Texas, on behalf of the state of Texas, and presents in and to the county court at law of Jefferson County, Texas, that in Jefferson County, Texas, Moses W. Jones, hereinafter styled the defendant, heretofore on or about May 10th, 2020, did then and there intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to another, namely Betty Laverne McMillan, hereinafter styled the complainant by punching complainant in the face, and at the time of said assault, complainant was a person with whom the defendant has had a dating relationship against the peace and dignity of the state.
And Mr. Jones, how do you plead? Not
Not guilty, Your Honor.
okay. State, would you like to make a opening statement?
State waives its right to an open statement.
Defense, you like to make an opening statement?
Waive.
Okay. State, you like to go forward, the case in chief by calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Betty Laverne McMillan.
No response.
No answer. State, you have any other witnesses
No, Your Honor, state will rest at this time.
at this time?
Move for an instructive verdict, Your Honor.
Okay, that motion will be granted. Motion by the defense will be granted. Mr. Jones, court is granting an instructive verdict. You have been acquitted of these charges. You have been found not guilty and you're acquitted of these charges. We will have a judgment for you and your attorney. Once you get your judgment, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
all right. Court is back in session in cause number 330622, State of Texas versus Keith Muse. Is your full name, is your first name Keith? Casey?
Yeah, Casey.
Casey Muse?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
How you doing, Mr. Muse?
I'm all right, yes.
That's good. Mr. Muse, your attorney of record is Attorney James Macon. Attorney Macon is sick. He's not here today. However, standing in for Mr. Macon is Mr. Joel Vasquez. Does Mr. Vasquez have your permission to stand in for Mr. Macon?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Vasquez, what is your announcement in Mr. Muse's case?
Your Honor, could you reset Mr. Muse till May 31st?
Okay, let's check. Oh, that's our arraignment date.
Well, whenever the court sees that Mr. Muse returns for his PSR on 252nd on May 31st.
Oh, his PSI?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so he has a felony case. So
Yes, Your
we
Honor.
just setting in with the felony. Yeah, we can do that. We just setting in with his felony,
Okay, so that.
May 31st.
It'll just say.
Okay, Mr. Muse, you're gonna get your reset from Attorney Vasquez. Once you get your reset from Attorney Vasquez, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day. Your cases are set on the same day. What that means is you're gonna come and check into this court with our bailiff, and then you're gonna go to the felony court. And once that case is disposed of, you're gonna come back here to let us know what happened with the case, okay?
I thought we were dismissing the misdemeanor.
Well, that's you and your attorney can talk about that. We don't know what the plea bargain is, but I'm just telling you on those dates, you're gonna have to come back here. If it's a dismissal, when you come back to us, you'll let us know. Okay?
If they dismiss the felony?
Yeah, whatever they do down there with the felony, you're just gonna come back here and on that day and let us know
Okay.
in this court, okay? So just go get your reset from Mr. Joel Vasquez. Once you get your reset, Mr. Muse, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. And Mr. Vasquez, you'll be free to go as well. And you have a blessed day.
You're all the same tablets.
We got Mr. Paget. Ronald Kennedy. We need Ronald Kennedy and Antonio Gilbert. Well, Gilbert has a warrant out. Ronald Kennedy, did you come forward?
Right outside.
This is CC 2B. Okay, the court is in session in cause number 330-830. Case of style of State of Texas versus Ronald Wayne Kennedy Jr. Mr. Kennedy, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm all right.
That's good. Mr. Kennedy, you are represented by your attorney, Attorney James Paget, who is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Paget, how are you doing?
Doing well, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's good. Mr. Paget, I see Mr. Kennedy had 2 felony cases set today as well.
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, is very important to the 2 felonies he's on probation for. We would ask that the misdemeanor case be put on the same day as the 2 felonies. They told me they were going to do a 30-day reset. The prosecutor has some work to do with the probation officer. I'm not certain what that day will be.
Is it in the computer? It's Kennedy, Ronald Kennedy. No, I'm saying he been to court already. Have they reset it? It hadn't? Okay, Mr. Paget, it hadn't been reset yet. And so our court coordinator is gonna keep checking. And once we get that date, we're gonna send the date to you, your bondsman, the bondsman will get it as well. So, Mr. Kennedy, stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go and you have a blessed day, and we're gonna set these cases on the same day.
Yes, sir. You too.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Okay. Oh, and Mr. There's another, you free to go. Antonio Gilbert. Mr. Bailiff, would you please call us Antonio James Gilbert?
What is Mr. Gilbert set for today, Your Honor?
He's on the announcement docket. He has call the name of Antonio Gilbert. He's on the announcement docket right below Ronald Kennedy. Oh, they forfeit. Oh, I see. Okay. Apparently he had a bond forfeiture out of felony court. Okay. Antonio Gilbert was scheduled to be in court this morning on today's date. He was supposed to be in court at 9 a.m. on today's date of May 25th of 2022. At about 9 a.m., the bailiff called his name at the courthouse door. Antonio Gilbert did not answer. The bailiff just called Antonio Gilbert's name again at the courthouse door. The time is 12:08 p.m. on today's date, and Mr. Gilbert did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Gilbert an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. However, Mr. Gilbert's attorney, Mr. James Paget, has appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
Yeah, the state moves for bond forfeiture.
Okay, that motion will be granted. Mr. Paget, you have any other cases?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, this will conclude your cases. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
You too, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, the next case is cause number 329880, State of Texas versus Gerald Wayne Bryant. Mr. Bryant is represented by Mr. Bruce Cobb. Both Mr. Bryant and Mr. Cobb is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Bryant, you can take your mic off of mute.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Cobb,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, Mr. Bryant, first of all, how are you doing?
No, I'm pretty good. How about yourself?
We're doing fine. Thanks for being patient with us. And Mr. Cobb, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Cobb, what is, this is cause number 329880. What is your announcement?
My announcement is that we have the matters set for for him to sign off on his pretrial diversion, and his signing date is supposed to be June the 2nd.
Okay, so we're gonna reset this to the second week in June?
Or after, yeah, after the June 2nd, because my understanding is that once he signs his agreement, the case will probably be dismissed.
Right.
And he'd be put in that diversion program.
Okay, so this case is gonna be reset to June 13th of 2022. Mr. Cobb, your reset will be sent to you. Mr. Bryant, your attorney, your bondsman will get notice of your reset. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go. Thanks for being patient with us. You have a blessed day.
Thank
Mr. Cobb, let's see. Hey, Mr. Cobb, I'm checking to see if you had another case. Thought you did. Eight. Page 8 of the announcement. Jeremy Moore? Well, that person, okay, call the name of Jeremy Moore. Court is in session and cause number 331608, case of style of state of Texas versus Jeremy Russell Moore. Okay, Jeremy Moore's name, Jeremy Moore is scheduled to be in court for the court announcement docket at or about 9 a.m. on the day's date of April 25th of 2022, at or about 9 a.m. Jeremy Moore's name was called. He did not answer. Jeremy Moore has not appeared in court since the court's been in session. The time now is 12:14 p.m. on today's date. His name was just called again at the courthouse door at 12:14. He did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Moore an opportunity to appear in court. Mr. Moore's, and he has not appeared in court. Mr. Moore's attorney, Mr. Bruce Cobb, has made an appearance via Zoom. The court will note for the record that Mr. Moore also has a warrant out for another case. Say, do you have a motion?
Your Honor, statement.
That motion will be granted. Jeremy Moore's bond will be forfeited and the warrant shall be for his arrest. And cause number 331608. Mr. Cobb, this is your last case. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Can I ask one question? What was it a felony where Mr. Moore has his
I think the warrants.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Cobb, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Coleman, I understand that you're gonna have another attorney that's gonna be representing you. Okay, that attorney, Brittany Holmes, is my daughter, so we have a conflict of interest in once she signs on. And so your case is going to be transferred to County Court at Law number 3.
Okay, because she said that she was gonna get with Stella. She didn't say she was gonna take over the case. She said she's getting with Stella. She gave me a number to call her and Stella, because I told her I was off Thursday.
Well, hold on a minute. Well, what I'm saying is, even if she doesn't follow a motion to sub, there's still a potential conflict of interest.
Oh, yes, sir, I understand.
Okay, so right now the case is gonna be reset to give them time to assume, well, file the motion to sub.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
go ahead on and reset. Your case is gonna be reset. Give us a reset date. It's gonna be reset to June 13th, 2022. You're gonna get your reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day, and thanks for being patient with us. And as they stated earlier, Ms. Morrison is sick.
Okay.
What docket is he on? That is. Edgar Sebrian. Court is in session and cause number 325-108, cause number 325-110, cause number 326-280. All three cases are solved, the state of Texas versus Edgar Sebrian. And Mr. Sebrian, you're represented by your attorney, Stella Morrison. First of all, Mr. Sebrian, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Now, Mr. Sebrian, your attorney is called in sick, and Ms. Morrison, and she will not be here today. Your case is going to be reset. Give us a reset date, 30-day standard. Yes, he's on the pretrial conference docket, page 1.
Are we not looking to transfer this one as well?
They didn't say anything about this one. She said something about the other one. Is that the same date as the other one? Okay, put it out, yeah. You're gonna get your reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
May I ask a question, sir? You had a planned trip for next month to California. Is that something that I just need to get with my attorney, or?
I mean, you're saying that this is a conflict with that date, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I just wanted to check the date. Yes, sir.
6/13 is the date.
Okay, June 13th.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going today. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, next case is cause number 323465. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Ashley Broussard Alfaro. We have Ms. Alfaro appearing via Zoom. Ms. Alfaro attorney, Mr. Jerry Gilthorpe, has previously filed a motion for continuance, stating that he's in trial in Houston in an immigration court. Mr. Ham, is the state opposed to the defense motion for continuance?
No, Your Honor.
Give us a That motion will be granted. Give us a reset date. Put it, we're gonna. This one is on the trial docket.
Yeah, there are two Alfaro cases. This is 323465.
Give us a date. Okay. So this case is going to be reset to May 16 of 2022. Mr. Farrow, your case will be reset to May 16 of 2022. Your attorney, your bondsman will give a notice of your reset. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go. Thanks for being patient with us. You have a blessed day. Okay, this is cause number 330654, case of Style of State of Texas versus Belinda Jean James. Ms. James is appearing via Zoom. Ms. James, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Ms. James. You're represented by your attorney, Mr. Jared Gilthorpe. He's unable to be here today. He's in trial in Houston. So therefore, your case is going to be reset. Give us a reset date. Okay, it's going to be reset to June 13 of 2022. Your bondsman, stay in contact with your attorney. This will conclude the case. You're free to go. Again, your case is reset to June 13 of 2022, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. This is cause number 329618, case of Style of State of Texas versus Jokisha Alexis Harvey. Ms. Harvey is appearing via Zoom. Ms. Harvey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, and you, sir?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Harvey, your case is on what is called a pretrial conference docket. Mr. Ham,
Yes, Your Honor.
there's a note on the docket sheet that says to pay fine and court costs.
No, sir. I wanted to take the 3 months probation. The 6 months probation. I spoke to someone the last time I appeared in court, and she said I had an option of taking the 6 months probation deferred into 3.
Okay, so they gave her an alternative offer, I guess is what she's saying. So it had to be
Yes,
Julie
Your Honor.
Maxey.
I do have a note in our file. Apparently, she might have spoken to Attorney Julie Maxey. And there were 2 options, one being a deferred probation offer and one being the fine and court costs.
Okay, now, Ms. Harvey, you need to appear in person in court to take care of the plea.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna reset this for a date that you must be in court. You can't do it via Zoom.
Okay, can I get a 2-week reset, sir?
Well, the reset was probably gonna be reset longer than that, but if you just need, if you want, it's gonna be reset to June 13th. Is that fine with you? Is that convenient? We can get those 2 weeks.
I have, yes,
Just
sir.
hold on. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, it's gonna be reset to May 9th. That's 2 weeks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
We're gonna reset it to May 9th, 2022. You need to be here in person. Stay in contact with your bondsman. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir. You too. Will do. Thank you.
All right. Okay, the person that's on Zoom that just has iPhone, would you please state your full name? Take your mic off of mute and state your full name.
I think it's me, Judge Edgar Ticum.
Ticum? Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ticum Sash, your case, well, you have 2 cases, cause number 328-488. Second case is cause number 328-490. Both cases styled the state of Texas versus Edgar Ticum Sash. And Mr. Ticum Sash is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Ticum Sash, is that your full name, Edgar Ticum Sash?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ticum Sash, how are you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Ticum Sash, your attorney is Attorney Jared Gilthorpe. Attorney Jared Gilthorpe is currently in trial in Houston, Texas. And Mr. Gilthorpe filed 2 motions for continuance in your case. In essence, he's asking for your cases to be reset. State, do you have any objections to Mr. Gilthorpe's motion to for continuance in Mr. Ticum Sash cases?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Ticum Sash, these cases are going, the motions are going to be granted. And that just simply means that your cases will be reset. What date? Your cases are going to be reset for trial on July 11th of 2022. Mr. Ticum Sash, stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Judge, I have a question. Can you do it sooner than you like? Is any way you can do it sooner than you like?
Are you talking about on the trial docket?
Yes, sir. As soon as possible.
Well, okay, it can be reset to June 20th.
Yeah, that's fine, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so your reset date is gonna be June 20th. Stay in contact with your attorney. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
You too, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Here you go. Next case is cause number 330820, case of Style State of Texas versus Celso Martinez. We have Mr. Martinez appearing via Zoom. Mr. Martinez, you can take your mic off of mute. Mr. Martinez, how are you doing?
I'm doing good on.
That's good. Mr. Martinez, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Charles McIntosh. Mr. McIntosh, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Judge. Sorry for being late. I got stuck in Hardin County this morning.
Okay, Mr. McIntosh, what is your announcement?
I spoke with my client last week. He has a unrelated case that's pending in another county that we're going to try to get resolved first. I don't know that there's going to be a resolution to that before I leave, so I might have to file for a motion to withdraw, but I don't know that just yet. So if we could maybe reset this for mid to late May to get one more shot to see if that other case works itself out.
Okay. Okay, it's gonna be reset 5/23, which is May 23rd, 2022. Mr. Martinez, your attorney, your bondsman will be given notice of your reset. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. Your case is reset to May 23rd of 2022. You're free to go. You have a blessed day. And Mr. McIntosh, is this your only case?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you're free to go as well, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, who we have? Okay, you have Eugene Thomas, Derek Eugene Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. We can get him on up. We're gonna read this to him at the end. Court is in session in cause number 323-360, case of Style of State of Texas versus Derek Eugene Thomas Sr. Mr. Thomas, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Thomas, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Mr. Thomas, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Thomas? You doing all right? Mr. Thomas, you're here represented by your attorney, Alvin Samuel. Attorney Samuel, how you doing? Mr. Samuel, do you waive a record in Mr. Thomas' case? Mr. Thomas, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This document was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. This information alleges that on or about May 10th of 2019, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of assault family violence. Mr. Thomas, do you understand what you've been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Thomas, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Now, you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Thomas, I have before me a document that is titled the Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, Mr. Thomas, there's a set of initials DT on a line next to a box checked no contingent, which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document? On the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, which is titled Trial Court Certification, the Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes that's checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that? I also have before me, Mr. Thomas, a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? Now, Mr. Thomas, before you sign and initial all of these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1 and State's Exhibit number 2?
Yes, Your Honor.
Probable cause affidavit.
Yes, Your Honor. State offers both. states
Any
one.
objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. Thomas, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sammy, you've advised and counseled Mr. Thomas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
There's no indication of that, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Thomas, your attorney, Mr. Samuel, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Thomas, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
In exchange for the defendant's plea in this case, Your Honor, we're recommending that the court sentence the defendant to 100 days confinement in the Jefferson County Jail. However, we're asking that the court give the defendant credit for the 100 days that he's already spent in custody and essentially making this a time served offer. In addition, as it relates to the court costs, we're asking that the court tax and retire the court costs based on that time that he spent in jail. We're also to dismiss the companion case, a criminal mischief case pursuant to Chapter 1245 of the Penal Code that appears in cause number 323364. It's a criminal mischief case.
And that is our understanding, that's our agreement with the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, the state is offering that you serve 100 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you would not have to serve any more time in the Jefferson County Jail in this case because you've already served 100 days in the Jefferson County Jail. Therefore, you will be given credit for time served. The court cost in this case is $337, but you will not have to pay the court cost because the time that you spent in jail has already paid it off. Therefore, the court costs will be taxed and retired. This case will also, cause number 323364 will be dismissed as part of a plea bargain in this case. Now, Mr. Thomas, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, I will follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Mr. Thomas, your attorney handed you a document that is titled Model Written Admonition on Ineligibility to Possess Firearm or Ammunition. I will go over this document with you. And it reads, in accordance with the Texas Administrative Code Section 176.1, the court hereby admonish you of the following. Number one, you are, by entry of order or judgment, ineligible under Texas law to possess a firearm or ammunition. Number two, beginning now, if you possess a firearm or ammunition, it could lead to charges against you. If you have any questions about how long you will be ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, you should consult an attorney. Number three, under Texas Penal Code Section 46.013A, firearm means any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance, or any device readily convertible to that use. B, firearm does not include a firearm that may have as an integral part a folding knife blade or other characteristics of weapons made illegal by Penal Code Chapter 46, and that is one, an antique or curio firearm manufactured before 1899, or two, a replica of an antique or curio firearm manufactured before 1899, but only if the replica does not use rimfire or centerfire ammunition. The statutes listed below are a starting point for ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition. For more information about the laws that make you ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, or for more information on how long your ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition lasts, the court recommends you contact an attorney. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 17.292, Magistrate's Order for Emergency Protection. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 42.0131, Notice of Persons Convicted of Misdemeanors Involving Family Violence. Penal Code, Section 46.02, Unlawful Carrying Weapons. Penal Code, Section 46.04, Unlawful Possession of Firearm. Penal Code, Section 46.04, Unlawful Possession of Firearm. Penal Code, Section 25.07, Violation of certain court orders or conditions of bond in a family violence, child abuse or neglect, sexual assault or abuse, indecent assault, stalking, or trafficking case. Family Code, Section 85.026, warning on protective orders. Now, the written admonition that has been handed to you, you can keep it for your records. This will conclude your case. You can stand on the X next to your attorney, follow the directions of our court clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day, and I will be signing the dismissal. You're gonna sign right here. And you'll be able to get a copy of that dismissal. You are.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Thank you.
Are you welcome. Hold on a minute.
I'm gonna get Mr. Winfield back in 2:52, by 1 o'clock.
Okay. That was Thomas. Yeah, I'm signing the dismissal right now. It's dated 25th. Okay, here it is. It's printing off. Okay, hold on a minute. Court is back in session in two cases, cause number 329038, cause number 329604. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Keoki Bass. Mr. Bass, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Bass, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Bass, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Bass?
Well, yourself.
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Bass, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Wright Kimler. Mr. Kimler, how are you doing?
I'm blessed, Your Honor.
That's good. Mr. Kimler, do you waive a record in Mr. Bass' cases?
So wait.
Mr. Bass, I have before me in cause number 329604 and information that has been filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. This information alleges that on or about October 21st of 2020, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 2A. Mr. Bass, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes.
And to this charge, Mr. Bass, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bass. I have before me a document that is titled the Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments, which is also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 2. You recognize this document?
Yes.
On page 2 of this document, there's a set of initials KB that are on a line next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes.
On the next document, which is on, the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes.
On the next docket, Mr. Bass, y'all didn't check off any box.
Well, that's for you, Judge. I don't want to present it. I thought you might want to do that.
No, that's y'all plea bargain agreement. I mean, that's what y'all agreeing to. I can check it off. Okay, Mr. Bass, I have before me two documents. Well, I have before me a document that is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Mr. Bass, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Is that your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes.
There are two boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bass, I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Mr. Bass, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that is titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bass, before you signed and initialed all of these documents that I've just mentioned to you, did your attorney, Mr. Kimler, go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Understood.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bass, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1. State, you like to offer State's 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? Okay, no objection. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Kimler, you have advised and counseled Mr. Bass. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bass, your attorney, Mr. Kimler, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Bass, I will accept your plea of guilty I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Judge.
What is that agreement?
Your Honor, in case number 329604, the agreement is for 5 days, time served with court costs to be taxed and retired. And in addition, the state has agreed to dismiss case number 329038.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Bass, the state is offering that you serve 5 days in Jefferson County Jail on this case, but you will not have to serve any more time in the Jefferson County Jail in this case because you've already served 5 days in Jefferson County Jail. Therefore, you'll be given credit for time served. The court cost in this case, Mr. Bass, is $337, but you will not have to pay the court cost because the time that you have spent in jail has already paid it off. Therefore, the court costs will be taxed and retired. The state will also be dismissing cause number 329038 as part of the plea bargain agreement in this case. Mr. Bass, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Mr. Bass, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. And pursuant to the plea bargain agreement, the state will be dismissing cause number 329038. And Mr. Bass, I'm signing that document as we speak. Mr. Bass, you're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney. You're gonna follow the directions of our court clerk. Once you finish following her directions, Mr. Bass, you will be free to go. And you have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir. You do the same.
You're welcome.
Put your right thumb in that blue square.
Mr. Mr. Ham,
Yes, Your Honor.
I think you might have to read the number, the case number that you dismissed, and it's a little bit hard to read. Let me, I'm gonna give you, let me give you my tablet.
Yes, sir.
And you could,
On your other case. You're gonna need to go downstairs and get your.
right here, right there, it's kind of a little hard to read. Just put the case number. Was that, did you write that or?
But he's signing,
That's on Bass, right?
Yes, I did write that. I just have been,
he's signing it just.
so that's.
County to pride, Your Honor.
That's cause number 329038.
Right, and we're dismissing because the defendant pled in 329.
Oh,
604.
right,
A little more clear now, Judge.
okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let me. A dismissal should be coming through. A few seconds. There it is.
Go downstairs and get your cash on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is this, oh. DWI, hold on a minute. This is Benoit. There he is. Okay. Next case is cause number 330652. Case is style of state of Texas versus Ashley, no, it's that Basha, Basha and Benoit. Who's the press?
Commissioner.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Mr. Kimmler.
Yes, sir.
I think you checked the wrong box.
What?
It's the DWI.
It's a base.
Yeah, but it's gonna be this
Oh,
box
I'm
right
sorry.
here. It's gonna be the box, the DWI first.
Starting to fail. Sorry, I apologize.
Oh, no, that's
Let
fine.
me go through here since I didn't do this.
I think that might have been the only one. Thank you. Yes. Okay, your name is Baisha Ann Benoit?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Benoit, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Benoit, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Benoit, you may put your hand down. How you doing, Ms. Benoit?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine, Ms. Benoit. You're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Wright Kimmler. Mr. Kimmler, how are you doing?
Still blessed.
And Mr. Kimmler, do you waive a record in Ms. Benoit's case?
Absolutely.
Ms. Benoit, I have before me an information that has been filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. This information alleges that on or about July 31st of 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with alcohol concentration of 0.15 or more. State, are you abandoning the enhancement paragraph?
Yes, you are.
Okay, Ms. Benoit, the state is abandoning the enhancement paragraph, and what that basically means is that instead of being charged with a driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more, you'll be charged with driving while intoxicated, which is a Class B misdemeanor. And the range of punishment for a Class B misdemeanor DWI is, or DWI first, is confinement in jail for at least 72 hours, but not to exceed 180 days. A fine not to exceed $2,000 of both such fine and confinement. Do you understand the range of punishment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Ms. Benoit, I have before me a document that has been, okay, now, do you understand the range of punishment? Now, Ms. Benoit, to this charge, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Benoit, I have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. It's also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Now, I wrote on this document that the state is abandoning the enhancement paragraph, and I have my initials along the side. And this is charged as a DWI first. Now, Ms. Benoit, do you recognize this document? On page 2 of this same document, Ms. Benoit, there are a set of initials BB on the line next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document? And on the next document, which is titled, well, on the same document, but the next page, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
On the next document, which is titled Trial Court Certification of the Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
There are two boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that? The second box states that you're waiving and giving up your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that? And Ms. Benoit, I also have before me another document on paper that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? Now, Ms. Benoit, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney, Mr. Kimler, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Benoit, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes, Your Honor. State offers, state one.
No objection.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Kimler, you've advised and counseled Ms. Benoit. Is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, sir, I don't need to.
Okay. Ms. Benoit, the attorney, Mr. Kimler, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Ms. Benoit, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
Your Honor, in exchange for the defendant's plea of guilty, plea in this case, it's a plea of guilty, right? In exchange for the defendant's plea of guilty in this case, the state's recommending confinement in the Jefferson County Jail for a period of 180 days. However, we're asking that the court suspend the imposition of that jail sentence and place the defendant on community supervision for a period of 12 months, order that she pay $750 fine, perform 60 hours community service, and participate in any and all standard conditions of probation to include a DWI education course.
She has a $500 restitution.
Thanks for pointing out, and also $500 restitution made payable to a Leslie Charles. And also this this probation is to run concurrent with the defendant's probation in cause number 329921.
That's correct, Your Honor.
329921.
That's right, Judge.
She's already.
Oh.
Just to be clear, Judge, that the state's intent is to run the community the fine and the community service concurrent.
I don't think they can run the fine concurrently. The community service can.
You're right. That's up to the probation
They
department.
can't run it. The community service is for the fine. The fees and all that stuff is concurrent.
Okay, hold on a minute. You said this is restitution. Could you repeat that offer again?
Sure, Judge. 180 days probated for 12 months, $750 fine, 60 hours community service, standard conditions of probation to include a DWI education course, and restitution to a Leslie Charles.
Is that Leslie or Leslie?
Leslie, Leslie.
Charles. Okay.
In the amount of $500.
You said it's Leslie Charles?
Yes, sir. And,
Okay.
We're running this concurrent with 329921.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Benoit, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve any more time in the Jefferson County Jail on this case because you'll be placed on probation for 12 months. During the 12-month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs. The total fine and court costs is $1,172. You will also be required to pay restitution in the amount of $500 to Leslie Charles. You'll be required to pay a probation fee, in this case, of $60 each month, your analysis fee of $15 each month, and you'll be required to pay the Jefferson County DWI education class and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, the total monthly installments is $230. Now,
That's gonna be reduced.
Right.
She's already paying fees and the.
Right, I understand, but I'm just saying what the judgment is saying. The judgment shows that you will be paying monthly installments, that is, the total amount that you'll be required to pay for money is $230. Would you be able to pay that?
Yes.
Now, the probation office, because you're already on probation, the probation office is gonna see this judgment, and they're going to not charge you two probation fees. In essence, they're probably gonna you won't be paying probation fee of $60 a month, so the $230 is gonna come down to about $170. And then if there's an adjustment that needs to be made with regards to your analysis fee of $15, they will lower it again, make that adjustment. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Now, will you be able to pay the $230 a month? I think you said yes. Now, you will also be required to perform 60 hours of community service. You will attend and complete a DWI education class, have a drug and alcohol assessment. This case is running concurrent with cause number 329921. The state is waiving the enhancement paragraph, so this is a class B misdemeanor, DWI first. And as I stated earlier, you pay restitution of $500 payable to Leslie Charles in the amount of $500. Now, you'll also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Ms. Benoit, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in this case is fair and just?
Sir.
And do you accept the state's offer? Okay, Ms. Benoit, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Ms. Benoit, you're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney, you're gonna follow the recommendation of our court clerk. Once you finish following her recommendation, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Your right thumb in the blue square.
Yeah, check in.
Put your right thumb in the blue square. Okay.
Ready?
Go ahead, sign. Sign.
And then the only one I have left, Your Honor, is Sergio Torres, who's set for trial
Raise your right hand.
today.
Swear that you've never before been guilty of further adjudication or regular probation for a felony or misdemeanor in this state. That's listed here. You further swear nothing else is pending. Go over there. I think they're, well, they open about 10 more minutes.
Mr. Torres?
Go over there today, the probation officer.
Yeah, when you get over there to be open. In case, the court is in session in cause number 327686, case of style of state of Texas versus Sergio Eduardo Torres. Is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Torres?
I'm fine, thank you.
That's good. And Mr. Torres, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Wright Kimler. Now, Mr. Kimler, you'd like to keep this case on the trial docket?
Yes, sir.
Give us a reset day. Okay, this case is going to be reset to June 20, 2022, Mr. Torres. Your attorney is going to sign for your reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go. Thanks for being patient with us, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Sean Hendry? Yes. The court is in session in cause number 322272, cause number 326476. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Sean Ronald Hendry. Mr. Hendry, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hendry, you're represented by your attorney in cause number 322272, Mr. Todd LeBlanc, who is appearing via Zoom. Mr. LeBlanc, how are you doing?
Good, Judge. Thanks for asking.
Now, Mr. LeBlanc, on the second case, you're not on the second case?
I am, Judge.
Okay, because they don't show you on there. It says Todd LeBlanc on case. That was a question. Now,
I see.
was this a case you was appointed on or did you hire him?
I was retained, Judge.
Okay, so you need to get us a letter of representation
Okay.
on this case. This is Sean Hendry, the second person on the trial docket. Now, Mr. LeBlanc, you'd like to keep this case on the trial docket?
Yes, Judge. You can keep it on the trial dock.
Okay, give us a trial date. Okay, it's gonna be reset to July 11th, 2022. And it's standing in recess, motion to recess, and thank you for your communication with us, and you have a blessed day. And Mr. LeBlanc, you're free to go as well. Make sure you get us that letter of representation.
Okay.
Thanks for being patient. You're free to go as well, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
Forrest French. Somebody named Forrest French. First one on the trial docket. They had Brent Turk as representative. Well, I think he's deployed. Forrest French. Could you look in that file? To see if your attorney, Brent Turk, who was appointed in this case, filed a motion to withdraw. Let me see that, print that motion off. And I think his reason for he's deployed, he's in the military, so he was deployed. And so he's asking to be taken off the case. You have, do you object to him being taken off of your case?
I do not.
Okay, so
I
what,
think that's what's easier for him. If we're able to move forward.
Right.
With another attorney, then I
Okay.
don't see any harm.
Okay. Okay, so at this time, Mr. French, this motion, well, you were aware that he was already deployed, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you was aware that he had filed a motion to withdraw?
Yes.
You were? Okay. So this motion is going to be granted. And the next person on the list is Kyle Walker. And Kyle Walker will be your new court-appointed attorney. You're gonna stand on the far X in front of our court coordinator. She's gonna give you your new the information for your attorney. Once you get that information, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day. Make sure you get in contact with Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Page 2 of the trial.
Who's that?
Pastrana, first one.
Okay.
His attorney's in trial.
Their address is 727 Junction.
Now, we're in session in two cases. First case is cause number 326-092. Oh, strike that. It's cause number 326-090. And the second case is cause number 330-966. Both cases are style of state of Texas versus Victor Pastrana. Mr. Pastrana, is that your full name?
Yes, sir. Junior.
Victor Pastrana Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Now, how are you doing, Mr. Pastrana?
I'm all right.
You doing all right? Now, Mr. Pastrana, I see in cause number 326-090, your attorney is Attorney Langston Adams. And on cause number 330-966, it doesn't appear that Mr. Adams has been hired on that case. Okay. Well, so he's on one case. You'll have to sign for the second case. I understand that Mr. Adams is in trial, so we're gonna reset his case, reset your case rather. We're gonna keep it on the trial docket. Let me see, attorney in trial. And once Mr. French leaves from the window, you can go up to the window and she'll reset your case.
What about the second case? How to do it for a court appointed lawyer?
Well, you have to fill out a affidavit of indigence, see if you qualify. Okay.
So, no, no, the county.
Hold on a minute. Could you check to see if he has an affidavit of indigence in cause number 330-966? Yeah. Hold on a minute. He does? Could you print that out? And we're gonna see if he has some bond conditions too. Okay, I'm gonna need, okay. Second case is assault, family violence.
How does it work if you're supposedly dropping the charges?
Okay, talk to, he didn't even fill his thing out. Well, wait up. Let me do this here, Mr. Pastrana. I have before me a document that is titled Affidavit of Indigence. This was signed back on November the 19th of 2021, or November 18th of 2021. Could you hand this to me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Could you look at that document, Mr. Pastrana? And if you could turn the page over on page 2, and at the top where it says defendant's signature, is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Pastrana, you could turn it back over to page 1. Mr. Pastrana, that's a document that you signed November 18 of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you filled out that document, and when it asks for your monthly expenses, and it also asks you for your monthly income. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, is all of that information still current, or has it changed?
Let me sign all this up because I have my handwriting.
Okay, that's what I don't know. Let's get him to fill out another one. We don't get you to fill out another one. I don't. That was in your file. Now you can have a seat at that table and fill that information out. And when you fill it out, when you finish, we're gonna call you back up.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
That's to McKinney and Rice.
Next case is cause number 331634, State of Texas versus Ridley Gerard McKinley. Ms. McKinley, your full name is Ridley Gerard McKinley, or Ridley Gerard McKinley III?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. McKinley?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing fine. Mr. McKinley, I see here your case was reset for you to hire an attorney.
Yes, sir. I also have hired on Charles Rojas, and he is my court-appointed attorney for Judge West's court, but his mother had passed last week.
Right.
And so I hadn't been able to get into the office and talk to
Okay.
him, and today was
Okay.
the first day that I was able to talk to him.
Okay.
He asked me to get you to reset it for the date they reset my Judge West's court.
Do we have that date? Okay, it's gonna be reset to 5/23, which is May 23rd of 2022, for you to hire. You can stand on the floor, get your reset.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for being patient with us, and you have a blessed day. Clause number 330744. Case of style of State of Texas versus John Fitzgerald Rice, or John Fitzgerald Rice the Senior.
Yeah. 2 days.
Okay. Mr. Rice, your full name is John Fitzgerald Rice, or John Fitzgerald Rice Senior?
John Fitzgerald Rice. Well, I got a junior, so I'm singing. I know you singing though.
Okay, okay. Mr. Rice, how you doing?
Doing all right.
That's good. Mr. Rice, I see here, your attorney of record is Attorney Ryan Matuska. I can say was Mr. Matuska here earlier?
He came through earlier. Yeah, I talked to him earlier. He said he was going to announce that Brian Lane was my lawyer.
Well, Mr. Lane hadn't sent a letter of representation in yet.
He called me this morning from his office. And she said.
Mr. Lane is on your felony case. I see that.
Right. Yeah, my felony case.
Was he hired?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lane was?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They said that he was supposed to come here today and get set off till June.
Well.
In Houston right now. Right.
Okay. Could we check Mr. Rice's case for Mr.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Cause number 330744. Says that he's represented by Kevin Lane. See if we got a letter of representation from Mr. Brian Lane. Do we have a letter of representation from Brian Lane in his file?
Yeah, that other lawyer here. That other lawyer here. He talked to me about a couple hours ago.
You talking about Kevin Lane? No. What other lawyer? Matuska?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Same here this morning.
Let me ask you.
There you go. He talked to me, he told me what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hey, did Brown Lane send a letter of on a John Mark?
No,
that's not checked yet. If it was just morning, it could still very well be in the.
Yeah, no. So we're gonna reset this case. Yes. You need to get with Mr. Lane and Mr. Matuska. Because right now, Mr. Matuska is still your attorney. Until Mr. Lane do it, what I think is, until he substitute in as the, I don't think he filed a motion. Did he file a motion to substitute?
She said she hadn't received anything.
Oh, okay. You stand on the floor, your case is gonna get reset. Once your case get reset, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day. Okay, Ms. Winfield, this is cause number 327-958-1. Ms. Winfield, I understand that you went down to felony court and your case was reset, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did they give you a reset date?
No, sir.
Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna have our court coordinator to check the dates. He may get in sometime today, later on this afternoon. We're gonna reset your case on the same date, so stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go and you have a blessed day. This is Khadijah Winfield, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
She's at the bottom of page 2 on the announcement docket. Mr. Pastrana, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Pastrana, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pastrana, you may put your hand down. Mr. Pastrana, I have before me, oh, he needs to fill out a judge's explanation too. In there for this case. He has something else for you to fill out. You need, Okay. Okay, Mr. Pastrana. He's second page of the trial docket, the first one. Pastrana is a okay, Mr. Pastrana. I have two documents before me. The first document is titled Judge's Explanation of Rights to Defendants Without an Attorney. Let me do this here. Let me raise your right hand. Mr. Pastrana, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
No, sir.
Okay, you may put it down. Mr. Pastrana, do you recognize this document, Judge's Explanation of Rights to Defendants Without Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pastrana, is this your signature on the document on the line that says, that's titled Defendant?
It is, Your Honor.
Are these your initials on the line stating you want to apply for court-appointed attorney?
Yes, sir.
I also have another document that's titled Affidavit of Indigence. Mr. Pastrana, do you recognize this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
On page 2 of the same document, Mr. Pastrana, is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant Signature?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pastrana, before you signed and initialed these documents, did you read the documents?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand what you read?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pastrana, I've read your answers in the affidavit of indigence, and based on your answers, you meet the eligibility requirements for the appointment of a court-appointed attorney. And the attorney that's going to be appointed to you in this case is Attorney John West.
With Mr. West just getting on.
You know what?
cases, other cases.
Hold on, let me do this here. He's within the next 3. No, let me do this here. We're gonna appoint, now what were you saying?
I was gonna say, he has 2 cases, one's on the trial docket with Mr. West just being new to the case. I usually give a pretrial setting, not just a.
Yeah, it's not on the trial date because that case is, yeah,
But his other case with his hired attorney is on the trial.
right, right. Yeah, because he's gonna have to talk to West. West is gonna, he had to get announcement and all of that stuff. Okay, now this is I think this is an assault family violence.
Yes, I did. So do you still live at 20?
2345.
Mr. Pastrana, you have before you a document that is titled Standard Bond Conditions in County Court at Law Number 2. Do you see that document?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will go over this document with you, and it reads, following arrest and or accusation in County Court at Law Number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas, all bail bonds executed for release of any defendant named herein are ordered subject to the following additional conditions. Number 1, defendant shall commit no offense against the laws of this state, any other state, or of the United States. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Condition number 2, the defendant shall submit to testing for drugs and alcohol at any time as directed by the court. The court may revoke the bond and order the arrest of any defendant who, A, refuses to submit to a test for drugs and alcohol when directed to do so by the court, or B, submit to a test for drugs and alcohol, and the test indicates the presence of drugs and alcohol in the defendant's body, and as pursuant to the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 17.44, Section A2 and Section C2. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Condition number 3, the defendant shall now communicate either directly or indirectly with the alleged victim of the pending offense, and the defendant shall not go near any residence, school, or other location frequented by the alleged victim. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, condition number 4 only applies in a DWI case. Your case is not a DWI case, therefore it doesn't apply. Now, Mr. Pastrana, if you violate any one of these conditions of your bond can be revoked, and if your bond is revoked, warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you can be placed in the Jefferson County Jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, Mr. Pastrana, your case has been reset. What is his reset date?
Well, that's what I was gonna ask you, Judge. Do you want me to give him the same trial setting, but on an announcement after for?
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm gonna change it to 6:20.
It's gonna be reset to 6/20
Yes, sir.
in 2022. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go. Stay in contact with your bondsman and your attorneys. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Stand on 4X. Okay, you're welcome. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day.
You too, Your Honor.
Court is back in session in the announcement docket, which was scheduled at 9 a.m. on today's date of April 25th of 2022. We have two cases, same defendant, but his names are different. First case is cause number 330958. In this case, the defendant's name is Tashman Holland Mansfield. And in cause number 331388, the defendant's name is Tashman J. Holland. Tashman Mansfield or Tashman Holland was scheduled to be in court this morning for the court's announcement docket, which was scheduled at 9 a.m. on today's date of April 25th of 2022. At or about 9 a.m., the court's bailiff called the name of Tashman Mansfield and Tashman Holland at the courthouse door. Tashman Holland did not answer. Tashman Mansfield did not answer. Tashman Mansfield or Tashman Holland did not appear in court while the court has been in session. The time now is 2:06 p.m. on today's date. Mr. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Tashman Mansfield and Tashman Holland 3 times at the courthouse door? Tashman Holland's name was called at the courthouse door in cause number 330958. Excuse me. Let me strike that. Tashman Mansfield's name was called in cause number 330958, and Tashman Mansfield did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Mansfield an opportunity to appear in court. The time now is 2:07 p.m. Mr. Prosecutor, the state has a motion.
State moves to bond, Mr. Judge.
That motion will be granted. Tashman Mansfield bond will be forfeited and warrant should be issued for his arrest in cause number 330958. And in cause number 331388, Tashman Holland's name was called at the courthouse door. Tashman Holland did not answer. He has not appeared in court since the court's been in session. His name was called at 9 a.m. and he did not answer. His name was also called at 2:06 p.m. and he did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Tashman Holland an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, you have a motion?
State moves to bond, Mr. Judge.
That motion will be granted. Tashman Holland's bond will be forfeited and a warrant shall be issued for his arrest in cause numbers 331388. And a warrant shall be issued for his arrest in both cases. This will conclude the court's dockets in 3 cases. Well, the court had 3 dockets. Had a pretrial conference plea docket, a trial docket, and an announcement docket. All 3 dockets were set at 9 a.m. on today's date of April 25th of 2022 in County Court at Law number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas. Judge Terrence Holmes presiding. Everyone, please have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge. May I excuse?
Yes.